Check. All right, people, Catfish Dave here. It is a nice, calm June morning here, Tennessee River. We are right here at the ramp, and I'm gonna start right here on this flat. We are still in spawn. The fish are divided up between the channel and the flat. They're kind of in both, scattered out. Best way to catch scattered fish is to just keep the boat moving, drag, troll. That's what we're gonna do here. And I'm gonna start out in this flat since we are already on the flat. Somewhat of a deep flat, 27 feet right here. And we're just gonna start trucking this thing up the river. Doing a little experiment today. Due to lack of bait in my area, lack of skipjack, I actually froze some large gizzard shad. I've never used froze gizzard shad in my life. I've got froze gizzard shad, I've got froze yellow bass. I've never froze yellow bass until our skipjack started getting tough. And our shad are much tougher too. So when I finally get some large ones, I froze about 40 of them because shad gets real mushy when you freeze it, but these real large ones won't be as mushy because they're just a tougher fish. Either way, last time I was here, it was odd. I could catch fish on head pieces and not chunks at the first part of the day. When the day got later on, they wouldn't hit the heads, they'd only hit the chunks. So we're gonna do both. Since we don't know, we're gonna run a head on each side and a chunk on each side. I'm gonna try to get two baits, two center chunks out of that shad. And we're gonna run gizzard shad on 4 rods. We're gonna put some yellow bass on that yellow rod right there. I'm gonna speed the boat up a little more. Probably some hang-ups this close to the ramp here. Let's go ahead and get baited up. For right now, we'll run heads on these chasing cat rods with the orange wraps. Looks like that. Dragon rigs. Dragon sinkers. We'll see if there's any hang-ups right here at the ramp. Hopefully not. Once this hits the bottom, I'll go ahead and put the board on because this flat doesn't get deeper. It only gets shallower as we go up. Yeah, these fish, some of them are still on the nest. Some of them are off the nest, and that's why we got fish out in the main river again. Put that one on there like that. These are chasing outdoor rods as well. These are all fiberglass. Those ones with the orange wraps are a composite. That's a dragon rig for me, a 3-way swivel to a dragging sinker, some sort of flotation. These are bite me floats from a company called Dragon Master. I've got some, I believe that's about 60-pound big game leader. That's a chasing outdoors catfish hook. I'm using braided line. I'm using diamond braid. And yeah, Shimano Takota reels. We will be trolling up this flat anywhere from 0.7 to 0.9 miles per hour. That guy in the bass boat decided to leave me a nice wake. One thing you don't do in East Tennessee is fish on the weekends, because there's even more guys like him out on the river. We are here on a weekday. These are planer boards, company called Spread'em Planer Boards. Old Wesley Mann's company. Got my maps on here. Once we get out a little ways, I'll go ahead and steer left a little bit. Matter of fact, I can probably start steering left right now. Just a little bit. We're gonna ride, you know, semi off the bank. This flat is pretty wide, a couple 100 yards wide. Throw another head on here. Got some fish life on my graph. Some bait fish, whatnot. As soon as it hits the bottom, we will throw our board on. I'm expecting a little bit of a bite early on, then it kind of gets dead around the noon hour. It's just after 10 o'clock right now in the morning. So we should have a little bit of morning bite left, and then it'll kind of go dead on us. And then around 1 o'clock, the bite's been picking up. Then I've been hitting kind of like an early afternoon bite up till about 3, and then it just dies after that. That's what it's been doing for the last couple weeks. And short bite windows due to a lack of flow in the river, not much rain this spring, so that also caused an earlier than normal spawn. Normally cats would be just now going on the nest. This year, some of them are already coming off because the water's heated up much faster due to no flow, no rain. I've got fish life on my screen. Go ahead and turn a little more. Go ahead and drop another board on. I can get really wide with these boards if I want, and I may get wider here in a minute. I'm just initially getting set up. Normally I always try the deep bite first. If it ain't panning out, I'll then go shallow. We're just gonna start shallow today. Go ahead and get some yellow bass, frozen yellow bass out. These I like to trim the fins on them. They got the sharp, bony fins. Go ahead and lock that orange one. I'm gonna let this orange one out a little more. Get some distance away from the boat. That's the beauty of this type of fishing. You can cover a wide path. I'd rather have some skipjack for this video, but you can't hardly catch those. They were tough last year. They're even tougher this year, so. We got the bony fins off him. I do not see my serrated blade right now. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. There it is. Serrated is better on these old white bass. I'm gonna cut a head. I'm gonna cut a chunk. We'll start out with this, and then later on, when my frozen gizzard shad thaws out, I would like to try it once I get fully deployed. I may speed the boat up even more to about 0.9. Typically, when the water gets hot this time of year, you can drag a lot faster. And so it just allows you to get over fish quicker because they're scattered. We're gonna come into pockets of fish, go through pockets of dead water, and then come into more pockets of fish. Doing this right here. Let's see what my side scan says about this. Some very fine bait fish, thread fins. Too small to net, but we got some bait around. The small thread fins, we've got plenty of those. Guys don't necessarily target those all the time for bait fish. They're just so small, nobody wants them. There we go. Get that out a little bit. Now I will probably go ahead and just speed the boat on up to 0.9, and we'll cover some ground here. Winter time, I like to go much slower. 0.2, 0.3. When the water's real cold. This time of year, 0.7 to 0.9. Unless I'm dragging out in the channel and they're running a lot of water, you cannot drag fast. There's already so much current, it's just gonna pick your baits up off the bottom. If we have a lot of current in the channel, I'll drag slow then. But it's hard to get a lot of current in these reservoirs. It happens on occasion, but not often. There we go. We are set up. We are fishing. My allergies have been bothering me. My throat was so sore yesterday I couldn't talk. I stopped at the Waggles and got a couple little boxes of these Ricolas. Ricola. This way, if I feel my voice getting hoarse or whatever, we'll go ahead and dip into those. I'm gonna double check my time of when we got started. 10:23. So I'll say I actually started this video about 10:15. And yeah, there we go. We're rolling. We're fishing. We're not just wishing. All the way down here by the dam right now. This is one of the better boat ramps on this lake right here. A lot of the other ones are sketchy. You could get hit just because they're so tight and guys don't know how to drive. Or you could get your catalytic converters cut off at a lot of these ramps around here. This is one of the more open ones, nicer ones, room to park, nice wide ramp, decent dock to tie your boat off to. So that's why we're here. Lots of nesting area. We're getting into, still in spawn, but going into post spawn. Lots of shallows and flats around here for them to nest in. Some old dark birds right there. Those are some fish-eating birds. You rarely see them fly like that. They're normally diving for fish. Loons, cormorants, evil blackbirds, whatever you want to call them. There's plenty of those around here. My depth, 25 feet. All right, y'all. My battery's a little low. I already know what I'm doing. I'm gonna turn one of these graphs off. Just use my maps, river map here, to navigate. I don't need that to know there's fish in here. I've caught them in here before. And the ones I caught, I let go, so I know there's still some in here. Just the fact that there's a lot of water here is some clue that there might be fish. We're rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah, it is 10, and I'm gonna fish till about 2, and then I'm gonna go, got me some live minnows in here, got me some skipjack stuff. I'm gonna try to catch some skipjack and some white bass. Whatever I can catch, because the catfish bait's getting rarer and rarer, so. I used to never ever carry live minnows to fish for catfish bait. I could catch all I wanted using traditional skipjack lures for many, many years, and now all of a sudden, as the skipjacks have been thinned out, I found myself taking minnows with me, and it helps in my catch rate of getting white bass and other fish, and occasionally the skipjack will hit those minnows as well. But it opens you up for other options. You know, anything will hit a minnow. Catch a drum on a minnow. You catch anything on a minnow. So far, no bites, but you can see where we left from. We are rolling 0.9 miles an hour, so we will come across some fish. Another big wake boat, wave-making boat. At least he's going wide open. I'd rather see him go wide open than half throttle. I'll still get some wakes, but it won't be as ridiculous if he was going slow or half throttle. Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. So far it's slow. Now there was a really big moon that was up when I first started driving this morning. It could still be up a little bit. And those fish just don't seem to like those big moons. I don't like the big moon because I'm a fisherman, and when that moon is up, it seems like I have a lot harder time catching fish. Getting my few waves here. Yeah, there is nothing I hate worse than to be out here and there be a big daytime moon in the sky. You have other atmospherical conditions that will really shut the bite down. Bite window can be one. Right now we have short bite windows due to low flow in the river. When they're pumping a lot of water through the dams, these fish will hit all day long. You could start out dragging this river in the morning, catch a morning bite, and then it'll slow down a little bit. And then about 2, 3, 4 o'clock, they start really opening those dams up. Pushes a big surge of flow down the river, and that tends to wake them up. And then you get this really good bite. And it can be right slap dab in the afternoon. This river's running 45, 50, 60,000. You can catch catfish all day long. Right now it's running about 10,000. It was only running 5 for a while, but at those lower rates of flow, you get a shorter bite window. And 10,000 is nothing for this lake. That's what they're running. Maybe, I don't know. They might be running less today. But yeah, no flow can kill the bite. Dropping water. A lot of times you'll get here and they're maybe dumping 20,000 in, but they're pulling 30,000 out. Then you get this dropping reservoir. And you know, it's the same thing as on these wild rivers. If that river is on the fall, on the drop, those fish got lockjaw, man. They just got pure lockjaw. If you can catch it steady or on the rise, the fish bite is good. And the same thing with these reservoirs. They can easily drop these levels just by those dams, you know. Maybe a natural river without dams is not on the drop, but these can be, just because TVA decides to pull more out than what they're dumping in. It can really screw the bite up. Another thing that can screw the bite up is a good bite. And what I mean by that is, if you come out here one day and these fish are just biting exceptional, just way better than normal, and you're just hammering fish and big fish, that's usually created by some sort of strange atmospherical conditions or whatever. But if you have that really good bite, that one day, you can bet when you come out here the next day, it ain't gonna be like that. In other words, they fed so much and so heavy during that strange atmospherical condition bite that the next day they're just not that hungry. And then there's the first bite right there. That was on a chunk. And then the next day, you know, you have to deal with these fish that are just stuffed. So a good bite can kill the bite the next day. Full moon, 99% of the time, it kills the bite. I could just be hammering fish, and then everything just stop, and I'm like, what's wrong? And you look up, and there's that moon. I hate that old moon. There's a bite, I believe. I do believe that was a bite. Small one, couple dinkies so far. You know, you could be pulling the wrong bait. These catfish are more finicky than what people think. You can drag 3 or 4 kinds of different bait, and one bait will be the key producer. It will catch most of the fish. Everything else, they might just turn their nose up at it, bite at it a little bit, but you'll notice one bait way outperform another one. And it puts me at a disadvantage not having skipjack in the boat this time of year, because skipjack is proven to be a great, you know, summer through fall bait. In the wintertime, I prefer crappie and shad. Shad be a number 1, crappie number 2. But this time of year, from March to about November, I prefer skipjack. And then my number 2 baits to carry along with those would be yellow bass and white bass. You know, sometimes bait really gets tough and you got to come out here with some danged old bluegills. And I have seen where that was the best thing you could use, but probably 8 times out of 10, a bluegill will not outfish skipjack or shad, just the way it is around here. It's better than no bait, but it can be very underperforming as opposed to you bringing a bunch of fresh skipjack. Yeah, once we actually start getting into fish and this picks up, I will eventually cut that frozen shad up. And we're going to give it a try because I'm going to have to use it this year. Due to the popularity of catfishing, pay lakes across America, those pay lakes then not only demand getting our fish, they demand our bait too, so there's something to fish for those fish. Our state has supplied the whole country with bait for years, and it's really starting to show now. That's why I have frozen gizzard shad and frozen yellow bass with me. That's why I have 0 skipjack with me. Zero, zero, zero. I'm going to start cutting a little closer to the bank. There's a little bit of a creek up here, and a lot of times these fish will congregate in front of the mouths of those creeks. So that may be where we pull our first fish. So far, it is slow going. We might have should have started deep, like I always do. I guess I'll go ahead and set some water out and get it thawing out where it ain't so cold. Got some snacks for later on. Yeah, that full moon can create a good bite if it's a nighttime moon, because while that thing's up at night, those fish are just got lockjaw all night long. And then when it finally settles in the daytime, they're ready to eat. And then you come out here and you get a good daytime bite. First fish ain't much, it's on a chunk. Now, last time I was out here, I could only catch fish on chunks, which is why I threw a yellow bass chunk as well and cut the head off it. So we've had 3 bites. This is our first fish, and all 3 bites were on that chunk, and this fish was caught on a chunk. The heads have not been looked at. Now, that don't mean they won't, but if we see a strong pattern towards they're not hitting heads, we've got 2 rods with heads on them that probably need to get chunks on them just to, you know, keep the fishing interesting. First one of the day is a Watts bar size fish. I need to angle in towards that creek a little more. Usually those creek mouths will have something in them. How you doing, Mr. Catfish? There we go. Skunk is out of the boat. Oh, little dinky female there. Straighten out for the camera. They are extra slimy when this time of year. They develop this extra coating of slime for protection, I guess because there's so much skin abrasion and stuff going on when they're nesting. We'll throw another chunk on, and if the pattern stays chunks only, well, we'll start throwing chunks only. Some days you come out here and they're only hitting heads. Some days they will hit both equally well. So you don't really know until you come out. Go ahead and get a couple more center chunks off this. There we go. Yeah, boy, just like that. Make sure there's no scale stuck to the tip of the hook. There we go. Spread them planer board. Go ahead and lock that down. Yeah, I remember the first time I ever discovered that shad was like a better bait in the wintertime. I was sitting there bank fishing. And man, I wasn't getting a bite. I was throwing skipjack. And I had some shad. I just, you know, when you first get into this thing, people will tell you skipjack's king of the bait on the Tennessee River. And so you just assume that. But in the wintertime, that can be totally different. So I'm sitting there without a bite. And I had mostly skipjack, but some shad. So I had 3 rods out. I left 2 of them with skipjack, and then all of a sudden, I started baiting one of them with the gizzard shad. And this is when it was cold. It's probably January or something. And as soon as I threw that shad out there, the fish just takes off with it. I'm like, okay. Man, I would throw that shad out there and it would no more than hit the bottom. And that one rod just caught fish after fish. I never got a bite on the skipjack. Now this is in the dead of winter. And so I remembered that. And then other winters would come along. I wouldn't be getting bit good on skipjack. I throw shad on it, bam, bam, bam. So, you know, these fish key on certain things, certain times of year. So, number two best baits you could have for year-round use would be a combination of shad and skipjack. Those are your main catfish baits in the Tennessee River. But you will find they lean more towards the skipjack during the warmer part and more towards the shad during the colder part. I have caught fish on skipjack in the dead of winter. And here we are in getting into early summer using shad because we don't have skipjack. We'll catch some fish, but we may have had a way better trip had we been pulling all fresh skipjack this time of year. These fish can be very picky. I might throw on an alternative bait of some sort, whether it be chicken, whether it be gar, whether it be bluegill, and I'll run it on this back rod. And you can see a huge difference on how much they prefer that bait, or even the size of fish. That one bait will catch nothing but dinks, and then your other baits will just be catching better fish and bigger fish. And it's because they are way more picky than people think, especially those big fish. Those big fishes are super picky. And there can be certain days in the winter, unless you've got crappie, you're not going to catch a really big one. You'll catch a lot of fish, but you're not going to catch the really big ones unless you're pulling crappie. That's just the way it is. They're way more picky than what people think or what they've been told. One little dinky so far, couple little bites. I'm gonna assume this will get better as the day goes on. And our hottest bite is probably gonna be around between 1 and 2 o'clock. We had that nighttime moon, which just is now probably settling down because it was up pretty good when I was driving. I'll go ahead and get my water out. Slow start so far. Let me get a little closer towards that creek before I do that. Let's go straight in towards it for now, and then we'll make a turn right at the mouth of it. Big creek mouth up here. Those can be hot spots. So I'm gonna aim straight for it. Like we're pulling into it. Now when you're dragging like this and you turn the boat, a lot of times you'll get a bite on the turn. And like the direction I just turned, these boards over here slowed down. Right now they're sitting at a stop. These boards over here are getting swung out and they're actually speeding up. And a lot of times when you make a turn, either the speeding up side will get hit or the slowed down side. Now if you make 3 or 4 of those turns and you keep seeing the slowed down side getting hit, you know to slow your boat down. Or if it's the opposite, last time I fished I made a turn and it was the sped up side getting hit, so that's when I bumped my trolling speed up even more. And when you're dragging like this, you will also notice speed can make huge differences. Last trip I done, I was doing well, dragging 0.5 to 0.7, and we got into the afternoon hours, everything just stopped. I said, well, let me speed the boat up. As soon as I picked the speed up, I tripled up and just kept getting bites. So you experiment all day long. And here again, last trip, when I started, they were eating nothing but heads, wouldn't touch a chunk. Come into the second half of the trip, they would no longer touch a head. You could only catch them on chunks as we got into the afternoon. So yeah, these fish are way more picky than what people give them credit for. If you're noticing when you're dragging, you're not getting bit and you only get bit on the turns, another thing you can do, instead of dragging just a straight line, is do this zigzag, back and forth, back and forth. And then now your boat is always making those turns. You know, some days you're gonna get hit just going straight on, wide open. Some days you're only gonna get hit on the turns, you'll notice that. Well, do that zigzag motion, you know what I mean? Or decide which side is getting hit, the fast side or the slow side, then you either speed up or you slow down. I'm gonna go ahead and start turning left again here. I just wanted to get a little closer to the mouth of this creek. See, now that I'm turning this way, these boards will speed up and this side will slow down. There are some days, rare days, they will not hit a dragging bait. But it's rare. You'll be sitting there just struggling to catch fish. And like you might be out in the river and the current's hard. So when you do finally hook that fish, I'll stop the boat sometimes because the current's tough anyway. And then while my boat is stopped, I'll start having rods go down. And then I'll notice a pattern of that every time I stop the boat to land a fish. Other rods start going down. Well, that tells you you need to be stopping the boat. You need to be still fishing, you know. There are rare days you cannot catch them well dragging. But it is rare. See, we got bit right there. Yellow bass making a little bit of a turn. He's still on it, playing with it. So far, it's been lackluster out here. Nothing special at all. Slow. I think I just got possibly a small bite on the green board. We are. Now, I actually got a little bite on that head right there. So we got some smaller fish hanging in front of this creek right here. I'm gonna slow the boat right for a second. I'll slow down to 0.5 for a second, see if anything happens. If not, I'll speed right back up. See, I'm getting these little bites, just little bites here. We got some old dinkies in this creek mouth here. Even the little headpiece out there is getting chewed on. I wonder if a small fish didn't stick to that yellow bass because it's acting funky to me. That could just be the way it's dragging the ground. There we go. We got hit right there in the creek mouth. Slowed it down to 0.5. But being real finicky, just kind of nipping at it, and then finally decided to eat it. So they're in a finicky mood right now. I thought it was about to get hung up there. I knew this creek had some nastiness in it. That's why I was a little leery of it, but we got one on a headpiece. Like I say, turning the boat, slowing the boat, trying different things. Another Watts bar size fish, but we'll find some better ones before we leave out of here. Way better than that anyhow. Come on in here. I'm glad to get one on a head, even if he's a dinky. Oh, dinky do. There went my headpiece flying off there. Come on in here, old dinky do. I'm gonna go ahead and let this one out here. That'll now be my outside bait. Come on in here. There we go. We got one on a head. He ain't much, but we'll keep throwing ahead just to see. I'm gonna go ahead and speed my boat back up a little bit. We popped one little dinky there in the creek mouth. Got a ton of little bites there. Oh, there we go, on the yellow bass. There we go. There we go. Yellow bass chunk hooked up, creek mouth. This might be the best one we've caught so far right here. Come on in here, old fishy. Yep, we got bit on the red board there. Got bit on the green board there. That is the best one of the day right there. On the yellow bass. First respectable fish. Halfway. Come on. They don't get down in the center of that net, they're hard to pick up. Better one. Getting hit on the head there. Oh, he come off. But we're getting hit on the chunk too. Let's see what speed I got the boat on. I had it on 0.7. Getting all those bites. So we'll keep it at 0.7. We got 3 baits out of the water here. Hold still over there. Okay, what we'll do here, since we have no bait, but 2, I'm going to slow the boat down to about 0.2, just so we're barely creeping, till we get baits out. That way we're not leaving fish with no baits on the hook. There's a first halfway decent one. Don't get crazy out here. Girthy little thing there. Nice and girthy. Thick fish. You can see the slime. They are extra slimy coming off spawn. I'll have to go ahead and I'm gonna put a yellow bass head on just to try it, because we have caught fish on heads and I've already got a yellow bass head cut up. So we need 3 baits out. Let's grab gizzard shad head, yellow bass head, gizzard shad chunk. Okay. Get this one out there. Oh, we about got it on the chunk there. There we go. Wrong planer board, that's the one we want. See that planer board? There's the front, and the arm is going this way. So you know it goes on that side of the boat. The arm faces towards you. They're both the same exact planer board, but the arms are stuck in there different, depending on whether you want them for the left side of the boat or the right side of the boat. So we'll put that there. Get my line untangled here. I don't know what happened there. There we go. I'm gonna speed the boat up a little more. And once I get everything out, we'll go back to about 0.7 because we done well at 0.7. That's when we got the bulk of the bites. There we go. See this one here? The arm with the front of the board towards the front of the boat. The arm is facing this way, so you know the arm always faces towards the boat. There we go. Now we got that out. I'm gonna go ahead and get my boat back up to 0.7. And we're officially fishing again here. We'll get to see if a yellow bass head catches anything, and if it does, we might just pull a whole yellow bass, because you know they're hitting heads and chunks. Just throw the whole thing on there. Yeah, we'll probably pick up a few here and there, and the pattern seems to be hanging out in front of creeks. We have several creeks coming out of this thing. The next ones are quite a ways up, but I may go faster in between what I think is bite zone and slow down into what I think is bite zone. So since we've got that going there, I'm just going to go ahead and push it back to 0.9 because we're leaving out of the hot area of the mouth of the creek, in which we picked a couple up. Trying to get hung up there on that yellow bass. Yeah, the fact we had that big nighttime moon, man, and it did not go down until this morning, that's telling me there probably wasn't even an early morning bite. That means the farther that thing gets down, we're probably going to get a better early afternoon bite than we would a morning bite. So, uh-oh. Okay, there it goes. I thought my minnow tank wasn't going. It's on a timer though. It's got an on and off timer. Help conserve the battery on the Engel live bait cooler with lithium rechargeable battery with a timer. It's a nice little thing there. I'm gonna go ahead and drink some water. Grab a water. I'm gonna grab some dark chocolate covered almonds. A couple packs left of that. Here we go. Speaking of a slow bite, as you can see, we have bluebird skies. We are post cold front, and yes, you can have cold fronts in June. But either way, we are bluebird skies, higher pressure. That can slow them down a little bit, although we just got a drag puller on the yellow bass head. He's pulling drag. So there we go. Like I say, I like yellow bass in the summer better than gizzard shad. We have mostly gizzard shad This will be the biggest fish of the trip right here. I'll just ease him in. Didn't get to drink much of that water there. Okay. We'll get him around here. He ain't the biggest fish of the trip. How did that fish pull all that line? That fish pulled hard, man. That ain't the biggest one. Man, I thought we had something there. He must have been putting all he had into it. He fooled me for sure, man. That line was just burning out of this thing, and it's not super loose either. Huh. They'll fool you sometimes. I thought for sure, man, we had a 30-something at least on there. We do not. It is a fish, though. And this is a fishing video. So yeah, that little old thing done all that. Yeah, these dragon weights, mine are supplied by Chasing Outdoors. That's where I get my rods and my hooks. But you can buy them off them, but you can also make them. You just basically got to figure out how you're going to clip it to your three-way, and you order that. You get this, what you call rolled lead. It comes in a roll, and some of it's thicker, some of it's thinner. And then you just kind of measure out what you got, see how much it weighs if you want to. And these guys have flattened out the end of the lead and drilled a hole through it to hook their clip to. And I took some sinker slides one time, and they also got shrink wrap. Or not shrink wrap, what is it? Heat shrink, okay, yeah. Little tube, heat it. They've got that on there. I actually held mine on with the heat shrink, my clips. So you can just experiment, or you can buy them. They sell dragon weights, eBay, Amazon, Chasing Outdoors, just about anybody that carries anything catfishable. And they are expensive to buy. I don't buy mine. If you got some tools, and I get those little butane torches to do the shrinking with. They're cheap. Yeah. Man, I thought we had the best one of the day on there. I'm gonna tighten that drag up some more. That's a little better. we'll get back to my water here. These chocolate almonds are already starting to melt that fast out here in the sun. I should get to them before I drink the water because they're just about gone. Yeah, I mean, when you come out dragging on it, especially this time of year when you know it's really successful, if you're not getting bit, you just keep changing up to find out why. Is it the type of bait, the size of bait? I hope we don't get hung up there. I'm riding a bluff here, kind of where it goes up. Let me stop my boat here. Oh, it came loose. Yeah. You know, here we're starting out shallow. You know, if I sit here 2 hours and I don't catch a fish shallow, I'm going out in that main river. I'm not just going to keep on fishing shallow. I need to get out of this little bad area here. We're going to be hung up on that left board. What makes dragging a superior way to catch numbers of these fish is two things. For one, look at the spread I've got on my baits. Two, look how much ground we're covering with the spread of these baits. We're covering a lot of water. And probably the third thing that makes it successful is you're creating a reaction strike. These fish are sitting there and that bait goes that bait goes in front of their nose, and they can either watch it leave them or they can reach on it and grab it. You know, these fish are opportunistic. So there's three reasons why it can be a superior way to load the boat with catfish. I done a video a while back. I sat there and suspend fish in one spot and I was wearing fish out, but I'm in deeper water and I can just see fish stacked on my graph. We don't have fish stacked on the graph. We have scattered fish. So when they're scattered, man, you cannot beat this. If I just anchor down right here and scatter rods and sat here all day, I'll eventually catch some fish here, but I'm not going to catch the numbers that we're going to have by dragging. unless it's a rare day that they won't hit a dragon bait, and those days are rare. They happen, but they are extremely rare. Probably 1 out of 100 days might be that way. The other 99, they'll hit it. You can catch channel cat like this, you know, if you're in these channel cat heavy lakes where they got these nice big channel cats or whatever. Even the smaller ones, downsize your hooks, downsize your baits, you can wear them out. Occasionally we catch flatheads doing this. Occasionally. I've caught 3 this year doing this so far. But you simply get action, you know. You're not bored, you're always doing something, you're always moving. Come on, fishy, fishy. Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. Ah. Yeah, boy. We're going through some dead water at the moment, and we will eventually come across some more. Yeah. Yeah, if you can find a pattern of what they're doing, for instance, I could be dragging a channel and those fish could be right along the channel ledge one day, or they might be slap dab out in the middle of the channel. And once you try both and you adjust to which one is better, you know, a lot of times I start out, I'm dragging one side right against the edge of that ledge, and sometimes that's the side that gets hit, but sometimes that's not the side that's getting hit. It's the side over there I got out slap dab in the middle of the river, and so slap dab in the middle, the river is getting hit, I just pull my boat slap dab out in the middle of the river, and then I start wearing them out on both sides of the boat. Same thing with these flats. Certain things on these flats will attract these fish. Sometimes it's those creek mouths. Other times it's not necessarily the creek mouths, but you can look on the map. And this thing is not completely flat. There's these little humps and stuff. You know, this is 20 feet. There's humps that rise up to 15, 10 feet in here. There's little nooks, valleys, older creek channels. You might find that the fish are tending to hang on those humps more. Still on the flat, but yet around those areas that have a little more structure going on. And sometimes they're just wide open, slap dab out here in the middle of the flat. Oh no!
Hello, Moto.
I can't answer that.
Hello, Moto.
Let me see who this is real quick. Hey.
How are you?
Yeah, don't be cussing because I'm doing an uncut video.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
You'll call me back later. I was just coming into town on for a pharmacy show, so I just check in, see how you're holding up from all the wonderful debaters.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely fine.
I figured that.
Yeah. I'm not pulling necessarily the baits I want, but I'm pulling some bait right now.
I got you.
So.
All right, I'll call you later. Time you done fishing today?
I'm just playing it by ear. You know, I know I will be driving back towards one of the dams by around 6 o'clock. I'll be sure leaving here because I'm going to try that ride at dark bite for some skipjack, white bass, yellow bass, blah blah blah.
I'm working from 6 to 8, or sorry, 5 to 8 at a show.
Yeah.
So as soon as that's done, I'll call you. I'll call you later.
All right.
All right, man. Good luck.
Yep. Later.
Later.
Yeah, that was the man himself, Mr. Chasing Outdoors. We might find that the shallow area of this flat is better than the deep area. And down here on this lower end, we're hitting up to 27 foot of water. But eventually, once we get past this other creek up here, it gets into 20 foot, and the farther we go upriver, this flat really shallows out into, even 10, 15 foot. You might find they're holding on the deeper area, or if not, try the shallow area. They could be in 10 foot, way better than they're in 20. It's just all about experimentation, moving around. If something ain't working, you change it up. I'm gonna have one of these Ricolas. My throat's been all irritated, sore lately. Allergies. One problem we are having is spawn is slowly leaving out of here. And so, oh, he knocked me loose. So the biggest thing we're faced with is these fish are scattered from that bank all the way to that bank. They are deep and shallow. Earlier on the spawn, they're all stacked up in the shallows in the flats, and that's when you just got 3 or 4 rods going off. You're literally on top of every fish in the river right where you're at. Later on in the post spawn, they're going to be slap dab out in the middle of that river, and it'll be the same thing, only we'll be catching them 3 or 4 at a time in deeper water. They will all be stacked together in one location. We are in the scattered stage where some fish are still nesting, a lot of fish are done nesting, a lot of fish have moved off into the deeper water. Last time I fished, it was about 50-50 as far as the amount deep and the amount shallow, but now that's slowly going to graduate towards deep once we get later on into the summer and they are fully off the nest. So one obstacle we're faced with is it's probably about the noon hour. And no matter the conditions, no matter the moon, no matter the skies, spawn, no spawn, there's something about the hour of noon that the fishing just sucks, and we're really close to that too. So, like I say, I think the bite's going to be much better towards the end of this video. I think that's when we're really going to start seeing more fish come in the boat. I have a creek coming up here and then another one up there. We will probably pick some up, because lately they have been orientated out in front of the creeks. And a lot of times, this is on the flat, a lot of times you'll see the same thing in the channel. You'll have these creeks dumping off into the deeper water, and it'll kind of be slack in between the creeks, and you'll notice when you go in front of them, you just start getting hit. They're really stacked up out there. Not all the time, but a lot of the times it's a pattern that they'll be in. And if you've got a long distance in between the creeks, you just kind of zigzag back and forth in front of one creek, reel everything in, and just cruise the boat up to the next one. If you know it's going to be just dead in between them, well then you can, if it's going to take 2 hours to get there trolling, well you just go ahead and reel in and you take the boat up to the next one and then you drag back and forth in front of it. Sometimes they're not like that. Sometimes they're just all up and down that channel. Yeah, boy. I'll have one more Ricola. Oh! That was on a chunk. I dropped one of my Ricolas. Dag blast it. I'm gonna let that board out. Let it go back that way before we try to pull the fish in. See if we can keep him from hanging up. We finally got one on a chunk. Yeah, now we can go ahead and pressure him a little bit. I'll go ahead and swing that board back out. There he is. Go ahead and lock that board down. Can't believe I dropped my Ricola, man. When your throat feels like this, those things are lifesavers. Mm-hmm. That one we popped just slap dab out there in the middle of the flat. Mm-hmm. Got me all twisted up there. Mm-hmm. On the chunk. There we go. I got my thumb sliced open by a channel cat, and it ain't quite healed, and that blue right there, he just re-sliced it. Opened it back up on me. Get that old slime off there. Yeah. Go ahead and get a couple more chunks of cut. I can get 2 chunks out of these shed. Yeah, man, that's terrible that I dropped my Ricola. That's heartbreaking. Ricola. There we go. As soon as it hits the bottom, we throw her on there. I'll put this one over here. This one over here. Yeah, boy. Can't believe my Ricola hit the floor, man. That's heartbreaking. Yeah, you could, as long as you got line on your reel, you can get as wide as you want with these boards. I mean, I could get them twice this wide if I wanted to. I don't want to reel a fish in that far. And another thing you have to keep in mind doing this is other boaters. If some jet ski or bass boat is flying up the river, is he expecting you to have a line that far over from the side of your boat? So if I have high boat traffic days, jet skis and stuff, I will not get that far from the boat. Yeah, boy. Might try me one of these berry flavor ones now. Berry medley. Mm-hmm. Ricola. Check the time here. We are really close to the hour of suck here. We are 11:49. So we'll see how many we can catch between now and 1 o'clock. After 1 o'clock, you're pretty much safe and you can start catching fish again. But man, that hour of suck is rough. It's terrible to make a 4-hour uncut video and add the hour of suck in there. But I mean, you know, let people see what it's really like out here. Show them the hour of suck. You know? And probably the best thing to do during the hour of suck is just fish right in front of these creeks where you know the highest concentration of fish is going to be. Now that's what they're doing today. I don't mean what they're going to be doing 2 months from now if you come here, but yeah, today they're in, this week, they've been on these flats in front of these creeks. You know, we should stick to the higher fish concentrated areas during the hour of suck. That could help increase our luck. I'll eat one more. They're kind of addictive. I'll have to stop and get a couple more boxes. One thing I do to help increase my luck is eat cheese. People that regularly watch my channel, they know that. I eat cheese, I usually catch fish. I am saving the cheese right now for the worst bite because I've only got like 2 pieces in there. I'll probably have to eat those during the hour of suck just to get us through the hour of suck. And we are coming upon it real fast. We're basically in it because, you know, it's already slowed down just knowing the hour of suck's coming. Fish don't eat lunch. They'll eat breakfast, they'll eat dinner, they'll eat late night snacks, but they just don't tend to like lunch. I don't know why. Ricola. Throw that up there. Yeah, she's just slow right now. We're getting closer to those couple creeks. Might see some action in front of those. And what it matters to a fish, whether they're in front of a creek or not, I have no idea. That water in between the creeks is just as wet as that water in front of the creek. So I have no idea why they want to be there. Just a little pattern they're in, I guess. And this is probably not the best part of the lake to be fishing this time of year. I simply came because it's nice at the boat ramp area. I've got a lesser chance of getting my catalytic converter cut off at that ramp than I do some of these other ones. I've been broke into twice doing this stuff. Once on a Cherokee Lake, once on Watts Bar Lake. And by being broke into at those places, it definitely keeps me from going to a lot of these ramps that I've seen around here. The riff raff likes to hang out at the boat ramps. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. They know if they pull up to a boat ramp and all they see is a vehicle and a trailer, they know you're gone. They know you're out in the boat. Even if they've seen you coming back up the river, they're already in the parking lot with their vehicle right there. They're easily gonna get out of there before you could ever get out of your boat and get to your vehicle that they're harassing, So yeah, us fishermen become targets at these dead-end boat ramps. Now I've seen some, rougher looking individuals at this one, but it's more wide open. It's a lot more room to park. It's a lot wider. And it's busy enough that we got a bite. Might be fixing to get a little takedown here. Looks like a dead catfish over there. I don't know what that is. I can't tell you. But there's something floating over there. I release all my fish, but I have killed some fish by accident. These fish, they know who I am. They recognize this boat. And I've had some literally die from fear and shock just from seeing my boat. So I'm glad we got that couple little nips there close to the hour of suck. That was exciting. Say, the bite might be better on the shallow end of this flat. If we have time, we'll pull it. I don't know how much time we're gonna have if we can get that far, but we're definitely gonna keep going. No sense in stopping. Let's try it all out. I'm pretty sure my line has caught that dead fish. It has. That dead fish sitting right there. My planer board gotten a hold of it. Whatever. Okay, it just broke loose there. That orange planer board was stuck on that dead fish. Getting a nice little breeze kicking up here to make it more comfortable out here in the month of June. June is typically hot and miserable. Let me see what kind of speed I'm running here. 0.7. Let's pull it to 0.9 for a little bit. I should have been running that anyway until we got to this other creek, but I got sidetracked when I dropped my Ricola on the floor, and the mental trauma from that kind of made me lose concentration on what I'm doing here. Ricola. Now we're going 0.9 again. Ricola. There we go. That's on that head. We're doing better on the heads today. This drag's a little tight. Loosen it up some more. There we go. Well, that's too loose. Yeah. He should be about at the top of the water now. On the head. We're doing better on the heads. Oh, he come off, man. That was a better fish. That was a decent fish. Gosh, dang it. Let's see if my hook popped off. I don't feel like I got anything. Maybe it didn't. That was a good fish. That's why I was just kind of letting him hang there for a little bit. I lost a good fish last time I fished out here, and that's probably that same gosh dang one. That was a good fish. Pulled the bait off. Let's see if my hook's still on there. I have been losing some hooks lately. He got it. Just tooth grabbing it, man. These high pressure lakes, these big fish, it's been caught 10 times already. They know how to just tooth grab that bait and not get the hook. I'm telling you, I've seen it too many times. That was a good fish. That was the biggest of the day. Had them big head shakes. Dag blast it. Part of fishing. The big one getting away. Dag blast it. Yeah, he nailed that thing. Y'all, we're eventually gonna have to start throwing some frozen bait on because I do want to try it. Just to see if we can catch anything on our old frozen gizzard shed. I'll never believe it's as good as fresh, but man, that was a good fish. That was slap dab out in the middle of the flat too. Dag blast it. We had a shot at a good one. Oh well, we'll keep on cruising. Yeah, we should be running all head pieces today, y'all. I mean, remember I told you if you figure out a pattern, we're getting most of the bites on heads. Man, that was a better one there. I was checking my drag on that one. Man. That was a little heartbreaking. Man. It don't get no more heartbreaking than that. I don't know how many times I have fished that I have seen that, the biggest fish of the day. You get to feel them. They just take the bait or let go of it. I mean, when they bury the rod that hard, if they're not already hooked at that point, they're not hooked at all. They're just, their jaw bones are so strong, they've got that clamped down on that bait. The hook's not even really inside their mouth. And then when they get tired of having resistance, they either let go of it or just rip the bait off there. Man, there's something floating out there that's really big. What is that? And there's another fish floating way out there. What's the deal with all these floating fish? And it looks like even another one over there. Huh. Well, y'all, I said I wanted to catch or try to catch a fish in this video on that frozen shad. So since they seem to be gravitating towards the head pieces, I might take one of those chunks off and put a frozen shad head on. That way we get to try the frozen bait. What are you saying? Track log full. Oh, I gotta clear all my tracks. Okay. Huh. Well, I'm gonna saw up some of that old shad. I'd like to catch fish on some of it. I might pull both these baits and we'll put the frozen bait on these two rods, just so we can see what it does. Old frozen gizzards. And I don't want to mix them up with the other because I want to keep track of what's frozen. Put a head on. I'm gonna cut up some chunks. There's a bite. There we go. He's stuck. I don't know if you can see that way out there. That's a big old fish floating. That's a 60-pounder. I'll tell you what, since I've already had to pull these in, I might rebait up one of these with a frozen bait. Nah, we'll do it like I said. We'll run frozen on these newer rods. That way I can keep track. It's odd I need to check this side of the boat because I would think that side towards the bank would be a little better, but we keep getting hit on this side, so. I may need to check that left side of the boat over there. Make sure we got bait. This one's staying down a little bit. He didn't feel like a big fish when he hit. He's staying down pretty good. Look at there, he's staying down pretty good. There we go. This might be the biggest of the day right here. He's not that big, he's just ornery. I see him. Just being strong. Little marked up from nesting, spawning. Right, ooh, right in that cut, that tooth. Right in that tooth going right in them cuts. All right, so I'm gonna put this back in here so we can keep it with the frozen. I'm gonna cut another head off. We are definitely gonna throw some frozen shad out. I wanna see what we catch on it. This hook here is about to slip off. I got barely any tag left on that. I'll use it one more time. I'm eventually going to have to replace that. These clinch knots have been slipping on me. So I'm either going to go back to snelling or I'm probably going to get into crimping. I've never crimped hooks before, but I may if the clinch wants to keep slipping. Let's get this out. And I'm gonna check this one first because nothing's going on that side of the boat. Let's see if we got bait. We have no bait, so that's why we're not getting bit. I'm gonna check that head piece too. We might not have no bait at all on that side of the boat because we're not getting hit over there. Let's go ahead and put the board on here. And we're gonna install some frozen baits. on these newer rods. I'm gonna pull this one too just to check because I think we got bait on this one. But we'll double check, we do. I'll go ahead and throw it back out. Put a frozen chunk on there. I'd like to see these catch fish because I put like 42 of them in the freezer that size. I'm gonna check that yellow bass head. It wasn't in good shape and it hasn't been bit in a while. Let's go ahead and pull the green one and we're gonna change this out for frozen. Go ahead and lop that down. We can let this out some more. No, 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 no. I'm not answering you. No, no.
Hello, Moto.
Frozen head. So now we'll have frozen bait on these newer rods, green boards, and we'll see what happens. I'm gonna check the yellow bass one time. Make sure we're baited up because we're coming in front of another creek now. Let's check it. I think it's there. I may freshen him up because I got plenty of it. I may put a bigger one on there. Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and use that. Why not? It's big enough. Lock that down. Well, all right, y'all. We're baited up. We've got some frozen bait out just to see how it does, because I'm interested. I ain't gonna lie. I need to turn out of this, or I'm gonna be hung up here. There's enough of that out. We'll just keep trucking. And when we get in right into what I call the bite zone, I may slow the boat down to 7. Although that big fish I lost, we were rolling 0.9 when he bit. But we've also caught him at 0.7. Decisions. If we know the creek is a hotter zone and we slow down, that will keep our baits in the hotter zone just a little bit longer than going 0.9. Talk about decisions, man. I got a buoy coming up here and I got to decide if I want to go with the outside or the inside of it. Decisions. Let me see where I'm at on my graph and what the bottom layout looks like. I think we'd be okay going on the outside of it. So let me aim left a little more. The sun glares off this thing. Stop panning, that'll help. I don't need to pan. I've already had my eggs this morning. See what time it is. 12:26. So we are dead in the hour of suck, but we are coming into a creek mouth. So hopefully the hotness of being in the creek mouth will outweigh the suckiness of the hour of suck. That's all we can do. Ride on through, see if they're gonna chew. Getting a nice wind pickup. In June, I don't mind wind coming straight down river like that. Don't have to throw a drift sock. I like that. That's right up my alley. We're gonna go to the right of this buoy. I'm gonna go to the outside of it. And we're close enough to the creek, I think I'm gonna slow down now. Drop back to 0.7. I don't know, I may go on the inside of that thing. I changed my mind, I'm gonna go on the inside of it. Guiding my way around this buoy here. I'm worried about that orange board plowing into it. There we go. Cruising through a good spot during the hour of suck. We'll see what happens. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, as I think when we're going to see the most active bite. That's as long as I'm going to make this video because my computer won't edit a bigger one. I could stay fishing and fishing and fishing and really pull out a bunch of fish, but we'll go to about 2 o'clock. I can go ahead and start steering left now. My board's to clear of the buoy. There's a bite way out there on the orange board. He's fixing to take it, fixing to go with it. Thought he was. There we go. See, we're getting in front of that creek now. Starting to get some bites going here. He's on. He's running straight to me. Like magic, in front of the creek. Now they're not always in this in front of the creek pattern, but they are right now. Small one, but we'll take it. It's fish. When you're fishing the spawn, man, you're happy for whatever you catch. See if I can get him up high since he's next to that board. Get away from that board. I'll go ahead and let that frozen bait out. There we go. Steer more to the left. Steer way to the left, actually. We'll lock that down for now. I can pull him. Come on now. Old dinking, but it's action. During the hour of suck, I'm happy to see that. I'm gonna go ahead and let that out some more. What have I done here? Okay. There we go. Grab another fresh head because heads is what they're hitting the best. All right, y'all, I may trade this white bass out. It's been on there a while, or yellow bass, and I may put just throw a gizzard shad chunk on it. There's some days they'll eat this yellow bass way better than shad, but I don't think today is that day. So we'll put something a little more smelly on there. I may throw, I don't know, I may throw a chunk of frozen on this. That'll give us, because I'd like to catch a fish on that stuff during this video. So that'll be 3 frozen baits out there. Go ahead and lock this down. Let's do that. Let's throw a frozen chunk of shad on there. Oh. Oh yeah, he's getting it. On a head. Oh, he's running as fast as he can. I can't even keep up with him. He's gonna get in my frozen bait now, because he's just making a beeline for it. We're gonna be tangled here. He is running as fast as he can. Did he stay out of it? If he did, I don't know how he did. I got a couple baits out of the water. I may slow the boat down here. Slow down to 0.2, just to get him in here. Oh, I see where he's at. He's gonna get in that line, I know it. Come on, man, get up high, get up high, get up high. I can't believe he missed it. He was all in it. All in it, man. We'll leave him right there. Healthy looking fish. Throw this out. We'll have 3 frozen baits out now. I'm gonna go ahead and cut another head before I pull him in. We'll just keep him wet. Oh yeah. Come on in. Healthy one. Okay. Bite the hand that's already got a hole in it there. Fat one. A little chunk. Lock that down. Woo! On the frozen bait! Yay, we got one on a frozen bait. This is the head. Yay! Yay, oh, happy day. Yeah, when you go through the trouble of freezing these shad, you're gonna hope they work, because I've never used frozen shad. I froze a smaller size one once, and when I thawed it out, it was so mushy I never could use it. But I knew these larger ones, by using them, were a lot tougher. So I said, well, maybe these larger ones will retain some of their toughness after being froze. And I believe we no longer have a bait, but we got one on a frozen bait. We sure did. And got two more out there to experiment with. Chunks, which ain't getting hit as good, but we'll like wipe the slime off here. Okay. Give this a toss. Want to keep baits in the water when you're in the hotter area. Cool. I can lock that down. There we go. They do not like getting caught. Speed the boat up a little bit. Get that board out. These old Yeti handles, boy, or latches, they will catch a net. If that fish could speak, he would tell you he's not happy right now. Oh, yeah. Y'all were, you know, considering bluebird skies and all that stuff. Hour of sock. Haven't even eaten no cheese. We're steadily pulling them in. And that's just simply the power of dragging baits. Ouch. Somehow this loop-de-looped in my net here. Don't know how. There we go. Yeah, frozen bait. Caught a fish. I'm all about that. I'll never believe it's quite as good as having it fresh, but if it catches fish and you can't get bait, well, hey, it's a fish. No, 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 no. You done that to yourself. Yeah, old Dinky on the frozen shad head. I can go ahead and turn right here. We'll get the other frozen shad head. We'll keep the frozen bait all in the bag so I know which is which, so I can keep an eye on its performance level. All right. Gonna get my speed back up. Send the frozen shad head out there. Woo, that's on the frozen chunk. We got a nip out there. Something thought about it. All right. Just gonna cruise up this channel. Channel of the flat. go. Well, all right, y'all, we are leaving the area of this creek. There's another one just up here. Once I get completely away from this one, we'll increase our speed from 0.7 to 0.9, which we can still get bit at 0.9. We've caught fish. But we know the areas in front of the creeks are hotter, so it will get us there quicker. But yet we'll still have a shot at fish on the way. Some days are in front of the creek, some days they'll be scattered all the way down these flats. You don't know until you go. You know, we're getting a lot of dead water today. When the fish already there, they're bunched up in one spot, and then that's kind of it for a while. Don't make sense. Like I say, the water in between them is just as wet as the water in front of them, but I'm gonna go ahead, we're leaving out, I'm gonna go ahead and speed up to 0.9. And we'll run 0.9 up to this other creek. Oh, on the frozen. Going 0.9. There we go. Yeah. Frozen chunk got nailed. So the frozen bait's doing pretty good. I'll probably slow down at this point just to get him in, because 0.9's pretty good to be running. If he'll swim towards the boat, it'll be all right. If he just lays there, we'll have to slow the boat down. It'll be like pulling in a log against heavy current. And right now he's just laying there like a log. There he goes, he's pulling a little bit on top of the water. That's good, that'll keep him out of my line. Once he gets more towards the middle, I'll let that other one out. I'll go ahead and start doing it. Yeah. Frozen chunk. Well, he spun that all up. He's got that planer board tangled up, and that's just creating all this extra resistance. He has spun it up in a mess. He wrapped himself all to pieces there, so let's go ahead and lock that down. How'd you do that, man? You lassoed yourself. He has lassoed himself. What a knot he's got in that line. We may have to cut that and redo that once I get this hook out. What a mess. Frozen bait. Yeah. This is going to be a mess. I can already tell you. Once I get the planer board off, it'll be easier, but well, I may have to just retie this one because he has done some damage here. See if we can figure this out. Oh shoot, frozen chunk, going 0.9. See, I'm telling you, that bite is picking up as we're getting later into the afternoon. That's because that old moon was up, kept him from biting all night, kept him from biting in the morning, and now they're hungry, so. He's running in now, gonna make it easier. Of course, my net's tied up there. Got a hook in it. Coming right to the boat, thank you. Make it nice and easy. I'm gonna lay him back there for now. I'm gonna try to figure this out before we get into that other creek up there. Sometimes when it's real bad off, you're better off just to cut them, but see if I can get this undone somehow. He has got it looped. Okay, I see it. He's actually got it in a knot somehow. How you can get something in a knot like that, I'll never know. Boy, he's got that leader just to pieces. It's all bent. Definitely need a new leader on that. I don't know how he kinked it up like that, but he did. If I can straighten it out, give it a little pull here. We'll continue to use it. You just sit right there till I tell you to move. What did we throw out there? Okay, the heads are still on. We'll get the frozen chunks out. comes an old wake boat. Those are my favorite during the warm water period. They never get too close to other boaters. They're always very courteous. Anytime you see somebody in a wake boat, you automatically know they're courteous people. Probably the most courteous people on the water. And the reason I say they're the most courteous is because they will sit there and ride circles around 20 other fishing boats, but they're not doing it because they're not, they're doing it because, not because they're not courteous, they're stupid. See, if they actually realized what they were doing, nobody would do that, right? You'd have too much morals and ethics about you. But those guys are stupid. So they really are very courteous people. If they weren't dumb, they realized it, they wouldn't do that. Go ahead and lock that down. We'll get old Fishy in here. Before we drag him too far away from his buddies. Frozen bait scored another. Yeah. There we go. How are you hooked? You're hooked some kind of weird way inside there. There we go. I'll pick him up left-handed because my left hand don't have as many holes in it. Yeah. Man, that thing somehow looped around that. There's no way I could have done that on purpose if you paid me $1 million, but it'll do it on accident every time. Throw another frozen chunk. We're catching fish on frozen bait. Matter of fact, most of the fish we've caught since we put it on is on frozen bait. Now here again, these large, very large shad are a much tougher piece of meat than the small ones. The small ones will turn to mush just sitting on ice overnight. Them really big football size ones, they're good 5 days on ice. So yeah, just a lot tougher. Well, y'all, we're catching fish, and that's what you want to do in a fishing video. So, I'm gonna swing a little left here. Lock that down. We'll see what I got here. Time for me to upload a YouTube video. Let me see if this thing is on YouTube yet. Content. 1 hour to upload. You gotta be kidding me. We'll see what it says in another hour. All right, y'all, we're gonna give it about 1 more hour out here. And then I'm gonna call it. That'll be long enough. I suspect it'll be just a little dead here till we get up in front of this other creek. Isn't that much farther. And then I believe we're gonna pick up another. Rolling, rolling, rolling. I might get me some hydration here. I think I've only had 1 bottle of water today. It is June. We want to stay hydrated. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh! Did he stay on or did he come off? He's running to me. I grabbed my water there. Now I'll tell you why we got bit. All I gotta do is think about cheese and I'll get bit. That's why I eat it during these videos. Now when I opened up that cooler, I got that water And I started staring at that cheese. And as soon as I started thinking about that cheese, I heard this rod go down. So the cheese works. You don't even have to eat it. Just look at it, hold it, think about it. I thought about eating a piece just because we're in between the creeks and I knew it was going to be a little deader water. But didn't even have to put it in my mouth. We got hooked up. When we are away from the creeks, it seems like most of the bites are coming more towards the center of the flat and away from the banks. Fresh shad head. Fresh, sure, it's a couple days old, but it hasn't been froze. There we go. There's another one to the boat. Another blue catfish. Come on in here, old blue catfish. Out here in Tennessee, we catch a lot of the blue ones. Yeah. Come on. Oh, come on, get up here. That down in there. Don't you fall out of the, don't you do it. There's another one. Yeah, we got a little loop-to-loop going on here. Uh-oh. Something may have hit that. I put that thing out there. It's way out there, man. I can't even see the board. We did get hit. No. Man, that thing is 300 yards from the boat. We got hit on that frozen bait. Oh man, that's gonna take forever to get in. I let that thing out and heard a sound and look, and I seen the bottom of my spool. I'm like, oh no, I forgot to lock it down. And what I heard was the fish pick it up and start turning the spool. But literally every bit of braided line that was in this reel is out there. Good Lord. We'll just have to keep it cranking. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I am gonna slow the boat way down just to get this fish in, because I did not mean to do that. See if that makes it any easier. If I'm lucky, he will start running towards me. So far, he is not. Not a big one. I can tell by all the tail kicking. And you don't get a lot of big ones in the spawn. Woo, that was a lot of reeling. A lot of reeling. I'm wore out after all that. Too much exercise. Come on in here. I'm gonna lay him in the rod holder till I get that mess cleaned up. There. Got some old weeds or something on my rod there. We just lay him up here. Maybe all that thrashing around, and that's on the frozen bait too, so. It is definitely no worse of a bait than the fresh. Now, when I got that stuff, I bought this spring water that was ice spring water. Bought a few bags of that. And I started putting spring water in with the spring water ice. I added a big cup of pool salt. And that kind of put them in a flash frozen state within just, a couple hours after they were caught. And when I do that with skipjack, the skipjack tends to be a really good frozen bait as well. See, a lot of these people, they'll catch these things and keep them in the cooler for long periods of time before they vacuum seal them. And if you don't vacuum seal them super, super cold, that vacuum seal just pulls all the blood and juices out of them. Whereas if you put them in that semi-frozen state, it retains all that. And yeah, you end up with better bait. We've just about used that bag of frozen gizzards, because I've got one piece left. We're using tail sections of it now. Yeah. But yeah, it's nice and tough. These bigger ones are tough. We'll get this chunked out. We'll get old fishy there in here. No, keep that line out of that fish. My boat's only going 0.2, so I need to speed it up. Get this away from the boat. We'll get it way out there, away from that fish. Let it clear that fish. Now we can get the fish. Frozen bait. Yeah. That was another frozen chunk is what that was. I mean a frozen head on that side of the boat. And I'll tell you what, I haven't gotten my head back. Now they do get a little softer after freezing, but they're still usable. Yes. I mean, everything you've seen so far, we've caught in less than 4 hours. You could literally catch hundreds of pounds of fish in a day doing this. You used to sit out here all day doing this? I get tired of catching so many, I'll go to the house. You know, let's go ahead and speed the boat back up. I'm not going to get into that other bag of frozen. We've already seen that it works. We've used the whole bag. We've used the whole bag, I believe. I don't see any more. There we go. I'm tired after reeling in that fish that far. I'll go ahead and drink my water. Maybe have another Ricola. Yeah, went through 2 frozen gizzards, caught fish. I'm all about catching fish in a fish video. That's on frozen. Frozen bait. I told you this bite was going to pick up in the early afternoon. Oh, he come off. I let too much slack on that fish initially, trying to get that water in my mouth. So, what have we done there? I've let almost all my line out of that orange board. So that one's way out there too. It's all right. We just got another bite on frozen. He got it off there. Took it with him. But we know it works, so I ain't gonna use no more of it for this video. put a regular old chunk on there. I'm eventually going to get to that water. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, I got that orange board almost all my line out. Not paying attention, letting it out. We got a wide spread going on. Water attempt number 2 or 3 here. I'm doing it again, getting too much line out. Oh, that was good. I'll have one more Ricola. I'm gonna buy some more of these. They saved my sore throat butt. Yeah, I couldn't hardly speak yesterday. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna slow down because I need to reel that one in a little more. It's too close to the other one. Way too close to that other bait. We're not covering no water like that, running them together. There we go. Now we're good. Go back to 0.9. Oh, let's see what time we got, y'all. $1:39. We're gonna give it, about 30 more minutes. And that video will be long enough. Okay. I'm gonna slow down because we're getting close to the mouth of this creek, so we'll pull back down to about 0.7. Through this section. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. You can do it, fishy, fishy, fishy. Oh, I seen a bite. We're just now getting into the front of this creek here, so we'll see if it's as good as the other ones or not. Got our first little bite over there. There's another little bite. Getting a little quiet spell through here. We are right around the area of this creek. We should be getting something. And you can remember what I said about shorter bite windows during unfavorable conditions. We could be on the shorter bite window and they might have quit for today. So either way, we've got plenty, reeled in plenty today. We'll keep pulling here till about 2:10. That should make about 4 hours. $16 to upload. Man, I've been uploading that YouTube video since, I left at 7 something this morning. It's 1:49 in the afternoon. That thing's still uploading. It's one of those 4-hour videos, kind of like this one. I've got to decide what I want to do here. There is okay, I think I see what I want. Any more creeks? Not a lot. Not a lot of good ones. Turns into a much shallower flat up there, and they could be biting even shallower water than what they are. You know, we never tried the real shallow flats. Didn't have time. I guess if you're catching fish, you just keep doing what you're doing. Well, there's a boat ramp right there. I ought to look that up on the map. I've never seen that one. There's a parking lot. I see a boat pulling out of it. I don't think it's private. It could be private. I mean, there's a lot of nice houses around here. That could be a private ramp. Because there's only a few cars out there. But if it's a private ramp, but they sunk some money in it. It's a nice one. Big old nice parking lot, dock. Here comes one of the most courteous boaters in the world passing by us. Well, they might have shut off, y'all. Because, yeah, we're in front of that creek, and could be one of those shorter bite window kind of days. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the boat. I'm gonna go more into the outside of this flat here. I need to look that up on the map. It must be either private or real hard to get to, because it just seems to me it would be busier than that. Let's see here. Well, all right, y'all. I'm gonna do the outro here. I'm gonna run the camera about another 13 minutes. But yeah, shorter bite window. Spawn of the year. Fish are scattered, so it's hard to get on any bunch in numbers. But by doing this, by the end of the video, we hauled in quite a few fish. Like I say, they're scattered. They're on the flats right now. They're in the channel right now. They're everywhere. So considering the short bite window and the fact is as scattered as they are, middle of spawn, that's a pretty good trip. Either way, this is a video. There was fish in the video. That makes the fishing video. This is Catfish Dave with another one, signing out. I'm gonna check my my trolling motor battery. These lithium batteries, you can check them from your phone. Oh! Oh, did he come off? You gotta be kidding me. I'll just leave this rod out of the water. We fixed the packet. Oh, dinky dude. Got my bait anyhow. Sure did. Oh. Yep, we're hit. Coming out more towards the outside of this flat, we're starting to get hit. Getting away from the bank. I'll set it up there. Seven more minutes. with Gilligan, the skipper to the millionaire and his wife, the movie star. The Professor and Mary Ann here on Gilligan's Isle. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 dun 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 dun. With Gilligan. Oh, look at there! The skipper to the millionaire and his wife. Out here on the outside of the flat, if you're still watching. I'm sure this will be the last one. Yeah. Frozen gizzard shad chunk. Yeah. We're way out off the bank on the flat. And when we got away from the bank, started getting hit. So they've just simply moved out. Probably moving their way into the channel after spawning a lot of these fish. Yeah. There she is, frozen chunk, got him. I think I'll bring him around this side. We're going to bring him around one side or the other. Oh, look. We're hit. We are hit. We're doubled up. Is he still on? Yeah. I had a lot of line out on this one. Yeah, coming out on the outside of this flat, man, we're getting hit. So, yeah, doubled up. I'm gonna slow the boat down just so we can get him in. I don't know how big this one is yet. He pulled some line out, actually. We were towards the end of the spool, and he went ahead and pulled that line out all the way to the knot. It could just be rambunctious, but we'll see what we got. I got the boat slowed down at 0.2. Make it easier to get him in. So the bite didn't quit. These fish are moving out more into the outside of the ledge or the flat. We're still a long way from the channel. So this is a big flat, but they're running more on the outside of it. Or we're actually about middle ways of it. I believe he got me, he did. That's all right, because we ain't gonna haul in no more today anyhow. See if I can pop this board loose. Just to see what we got here. He's gonna spin that other line all up. I believe, no, I thought we were getting bit over there, but there we go. Well, that's a mess you got there, bud. That's a mess. Man, come on. Come on. Got you that time. Look at that. You had to bite me, didn't you? Am I gonna have to net him? I might can pull him up. It's close. I better net him. Doubled up at the end. Slimy fish. Oh, yep, see there? Got them teeth going in that cut. Ouch. That's painful.